Yeah. 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 Let's turn the music down a tiny bit. Eh? Where's the chicken? Huh? What are you doing on the floor? Just chilling. Oh. Come on, Kiati. Alright, let's start off the day. Also, hello, Gooda. How's it going? Did I already say that? I can't remember. I don't know anything. For real. What's picos? About $2.50. All right. No, see. Hide from scene outliner. Is not a member of F actor spawn parameters. Hello? Hello, big catty. Big massage. Hoopla. Yeah. What a good cat. Oh, my internet. No, it's fine. Wait, is it? Maybe I'll drop down a tiny bit just in case. What do you reckon, cat? Go down to 3K? Dimacol, hello, hello. Also, Meowitary, how's it doing? I'm allergic to cats, this makes me get symptoms. You know, you can overcome cat allergy with exposure therapy. So why is the internet doing this to me? Please stop it, internet. Right, we're fine now. Yeah, I know the stream chug. Just refresh and you should be up to date. My internet just decided to... What's the matter, my love? You wanna go outside? You wanna go out? Yeah? Outside? Yeah. Okay. Smooch and smoocher. Alright, I'm gonna let this cat outside and then we will... then we will begin. Hello, I'm back. Aria, how's it going? How are ya going? All right. I've done all the things with the stuff. Although first we are going to C++. Punch my own head. Sandbox, how's it going? Ahoy, my boy. Ahoyo, my boyo. Because I've got an error. Here we go. Module Prismatica projects. Prismatica World Subsystem CPP error. Line 50. Hide from scene outline is not a member of F-actor spawn parameters. It's not a member. Well, then what is it a member of? I think we were about to find out. Alright. Escape. Wrong one. It's the world... No, world subsystem is in here. Line 50. If with editor, hide from scene outliner. Does this include... It does include world. What if... What if... Hide from scene outliner. But it's if with editor and they're packaging it for... you know what, let's just try... Here we go. Let me just see if this... works. Just a build. Zab, how's it going? Hey, ALS need to make you adjustment on rocket launcher. People who worked 3 years ago with their own ALS implementation did bad job. No comments, no adequate naming, etc., etc. Yeah, ALS is a bit of a... It's a bit of a... it's a whole thing. It's a whole thinger. It seems. I've actually been thinking... I think with control rig... With control rig, you could do dynamic branching, right? Where you could say, let's do a branch, like a bone branch, by name. Because I feel like... Because I know that the... the kind of thing with ALS, at least from when I've used it, or when people have asked me kind of how it works, is that there's like a bunch of branches and blend by bool and blend per bone and all that kind of stuff, and then it uses curves in the animations themselves to adjust the, like the strength of those layers and stuff. So if you only wanted the wave animation to play on the left arm and not the rest of the body and the arm that's holding the shield out here or something, then you use a curve to say this is left arm only or something. But that means that everything is kind of running all the time, or like every possible blend is... Well, it might not be being evaluated all the time, but it's very, like, static. And it means that if it's like, oh, I want this animation to only play from the elbow up, now I've got to add another state with its own curve and that kind of thing. And so I was thinking maybe, like, with control rig, you could just, say, put through a name, like, you know, clavicle L, and then a curve, and then it would blend it from only that point onwards dynamically. If that makes sense. Rather than needing to do like a million different branching doodads. Can this like not... There we go. So do we have the... Does that hide from outliner? Or is it only when it... So this would be... Do we have a subsystem? No. Do we have the Prismatica? I mean, it works, so why... Let me just ask... I wonder if these guys... No, where is it? No, here we go. Yeah, I totally forgot about this one. I figured it was just going to be to do with the thingamajigs. Ingo, what's a picos? About $2.50. $2.50 from the servo. Let me just do a full rebuild real quick. I never trust just build. Controllers did a lot of stuff recently. Yeah. I did like a quick little stint into control rig at some point to do like the grabbing animations, but I'll need to look into it again, go a bit deeper. Because I really hate how a lot of the old animation tools is like hard-coded. Like the whole anim graph is kind of hard-coded. Where like, you know, you put in a blend thing and you have to put in a bone name that is, you know, from a list that it gets from the skeleton that the anim BP is assigned to. Answer. Did that build? No issues found. Hello? No, that one's all fine. Okay, it is fine then. Yeah, it looks like the subsystem doesn't even show up here anyway. That's just all the doodads. Manager 0, game mode 0. That's fine. Yep. Right. And then when we yeet, then the manager is no more. Very good. What lines were they on? Let me just look again. Let me look again. Manny, how's it going? Good day to you. Enjoying Visual Studio? No. Also, don't show this on startup. Thank you. Yep, yeah, there we go. Hey. Yeah. Who is it? Which Y? There we go. So tomorrow. Prismatica world subsystem. Cool. Drinking a cup of coffee while working? Hell yeah. Me too. Except minus the working, but that will change soon. Said you're coming soon. Yeah, I'm gonna dive into it soon. Soon TM. Posted this week on my vision how to make environmental storytelling using background NPC. Maybe check interesting what you think of it. Hell yeah, sounds good. Basic idea is that each entity has an array of POIs. That's what I said, polls. Or vistas, and we can arrange what vista to reach and what animation. Message to say at each point. Yeah, like Dark Souls style, Elden Ring style. Sounds like. We kind of just encounter them. I like those kind of encounters because it kind of feels like you discovered something. Like something like not unique, but like, you know. Also, I wanted to watch this video, classic Tim Kaine video, because you know how yesterday or earlier this morning we were talking about loading and saving. We went on a tangent for like 2 hours talking about loading, saving, and like how to design, not the actual like technicalities of it, but the actual like, kind of the player side of it. So I wanted to watch this.
What are every detail about that state I would need so I can recreate it in your engine. By the way, some of them don't provide that. So you won't be saving during a fall because the physics engine doesn't give you either all the ability to read the state, or more common, doesn't give you all the ability to set the state. So sometimes, depending on choices that have been made that have nothing to do with load and save, you are now restricted to what kind of load and save you're going to do. So probably a more common load and save system will be, you can save in some places and at some times, but not everywhere, anytime. Examples of restrictions like that I've seen are, you can save whenever the game isn't in combat. That's a common one. That avoids a lot of state variables that only have to do with combat, especially in AI, where you have NPCs deciding what they're doing moment to moment, as opposed to their very high-level AI, which is, I was walking here, or I was going to stop and look around.
Yeah, that's like... That'd just be a pain in the ass, I reckon. Because then you'd get bugs like, if you save and load in the middle of combat, it breaks the AI and stuff. There's heaps of stuff like that in, like, Dark Souls and Elden Ring, and where you can, just break the AI, and the AI stops attacking because when you know, load back into that area, the trigger for the AI to start attacking you or to target you is back at the entrance to the arena, but if you can bypass that, it's like, you know, nightmare.
I've also seen games where you can only save when you're back in town. So that not only presupposes you're not in combat, but also you can only save in certain locations in the world that probably don't have a lot of state change. Especially if you're not allowed to fight in town, or the NPCs are marked as essential there. Saving back in town really restricts a lot more of what the save game has to understand how to save the state for.
I don't like
that.
that.
There are other ones that say you can only save when you go to rest. So when your character rests or camps or sleeps or whatever your game calls it, you're also given the option, do you want to save at this point? This is a really restrictive way of doing it, but if you think about it, it guarantees you won't be in the middle of a dialogue, you won't be casting a spell, nobody's in the middle of falling, so you can literally ignore and not have to interrogate or reset your physics engine, your animation system, your particle effect system. There's just a bunch of systems that won't ever need to know about load and save. Some other systems I've seen, and these are real common in consoles, you have checkpoints where the game automatically saves when you reach a certain spot. It can be a physical location, it could be an end of a story act or something like that. Checkpoints make it really easy because you're defining exactly when and where a save can even happen. And there is even more modules then that will never need to know anything about save because it's known that you can only save at this particular spot. So not all story variables, basically just it's the end of the act. What story variables will carry over to next acts or into end slides. All the rest you can throw away. Now, a subset of checkpoints are autosaves. So you may have a game that lets you save anywhere or save in a lot of places, but it also has an autosave system, especially like you're going to talk to a boss or maybe when you transition maps, it autosaves.
I hate that.
Kind of like checkpoints in the sense of usually less can be saved, but they're more of a way of making sure that the player doesn't end up in a bad state if the map transition messes up or they die when they encounter the boss.
Well,
And then related to auto...
see, I still don't like autosave like that, because it's like, there's just no stakes in the boss fight then, if you can just, you know, go back immediately to the outside of the thing.
Quick saves are when the player says, I want to make a save, and hits a button. And it's
this is Skyrim shit.
You can have quick save systems and systems where you can't save everywhere. And then
you aware of any method to fake jiggle physics on a shader level? Yes, there are plenty. One of them is the Prismatica plugin. Yeah. But no, yeah, you can do, I'm assuming you mean like clothing and hair and booba and that kind of stuff. I guess it depends on the, what's it called? Gelatinous blobs. Ah, okay. Yeah, you can kind of do... So an idea that I told someone this the other day, because they were asking about how can you do shader, like fake cloth sim, on a character so that their clothes kind of, like, lag behind them a bit, and like they kind of jiggle and that kind of stuff. My idea would be you have a tracked point on the character. So in your blob, it would probably just be the center. And you would track that point and then like let it lag behind and like give it like spring. So essentially give it an acceleration. Like, well, tell it to accelerate towards a target. And that acceleration adds to its velocity, and then that velocity is what moves it to the thing. So you'll end up with, like, a point. I kind of do the same thing with, like, my character's aiming system, where it's all accelerative, rather than just like lerps or anything. So if I just go like aiming component, then we go to debugs, and then, you know, do this, and you can see that like the red / blue, it will kind of overshoot its target and whatnot. So you could do that with just a point, and then feed that point continuously into the material, and then based on that, you could, you know, move the, you know, whichever vert you wanted to move. Maybe you'd have like a vertex color mask, for like the clothing or the hair or the whatever, and then it would like lag behind and also kind of spring a bit. And then you could also do like the distance from you know, the real pivot point to the lagging pivot point. You could use that to do, you know, you could squish the blob so it's like thinner, or you could make it jiggle when it's like, yeah, you do like a curve, so it's like, if the distance is this big, you would make it so the blob kind of elongates, and then as the distance between the, you know, the real point and the other one gets smaller, maybe like around this point, it would form back, but it would also jiggle. You'd apply like a jiggle effect in the WPO. And then here it would just be in its real normal state. So that way you'd get like, if the blob hit the ground really hard, then, you know, it's going down, the point is lagging behind it, and it looks like this, or, you know, it looks like a thing. And then when it hits the ground, it will go through a state of, you know, this to this, and then could probably use distance fields to just make, because it would try and the bit here would like slingshot forwards under here, but then you could use distance fields to, like, you know, it would look like this, but then you could make it like splat outwards, and then as it starts to like just slow down, or as this starts to reach its real point, it would do like a kind of little micro jiggle kind of thing. So you could use like just one variable to run a bunch of different shader code to do funny stuff, I guess. Just by using like distance from pivot point to the tracked point, or the jiggle point. But yeah, it would have to be from a blueprint, because you can't do compute shaders in materials, which is unfortunate, but yeah, that would work for like clothing and stuff as well, on like a micro scale, not like a cape or anything, but yeah. Is world partition ideal to make a little open world map working on a game similar to Heroes of Might and Magic, but real time and GoldenEye 72D Gunpow's inspiration? I haven't used world partition myself, but I imagine, is world partition it's the latest one, right? It was world composition before, and world partition is the new one. Probably. Maybe. Yeah, nice bolts. Assuming multiple points will be necessary for the scaling meshes, way different points of the body have different velocities. Yeah, and that's probably where I'd start to just look at bones, which is what I do. Show bones. So I just use really coarse bones. So like I've got a hair cage that, if the character has hair, the hair is just weighted to a, there's like a proxy hair cage that has smoothed weights, and then that gets projected onto the hair meshes, regardless of what the hairstyle is. So like, you know, this hairstyle has a tiny bit of jiggle. You can't really see it, but even this bowl cut has a little bit of jiggling and whatnot. And yeah, this one, this Norman Reedus fucking messy ass hair and whatever. But then also the clothing, there's just like a few bones down here. For mine, because I'm essentially using it to do cloth physics, I have 3 bones per... 3 bones per, like, the knee of the character has 3 bones for the bottom of the dresses and stuff. And then, like, same with, like, the belt or the belt jigglers. I'll probably add some to the sleeves as well. But the way they're being driven is through a plugin called Kawaii Physics, which is just a very cheap, efficient way of doing... It's just like... It's not using the actual physics engine, and it's completely local to this character, so there's no collisions between these bones and other things. Although you can enable a thing that will do traces to do that, but it's not worth it. But yeah, it's essentially like this. You just define a bone to run it from. You know, damping, stiffness, self-collision radius, and then you can also tell it to, like, give it limits. So this one here can't go behind the leg, so it just avoids things like, you know, if you had, like, let's say from a top-down point of view, here's the leg, then you had a bone here, a bone here, and a bone here, and a bone there, for, like, some, you know, like a dress or something. It stops, when the leg moves forward, it stops this from, like, slipping behind the leg, and, you know, creating clipping where the thing would clip into the leg and stuff. And you can also do just, like, fake shape boundaries. And this all gets done async, or, like, on the animation thread. So, even, like, with all of these simulating, I haven't noticed any performance difference with it turned on and off, even with, like, 100 characters. So yeah, that's how I do jiggle. That's how I do the jiggle physics. Jiggly jigglies. Kawaii Physics. Kawaii. It's some real weeb shit. But it's good. It's you'll find a GitHub page. I forget the creator's name, but it's up to date with all the latest engine versions. Did you say all those bones at a distance? Yes. Yeah. You can LOD the jiggle bones out. And you can also just turn off the Kawaii Physics stuff with a Boolean. Which I haven't done yet, but, you know, it's as simple as, like, having a Boolean called, you know, uses chest jiggle. Yes. And that would be from, like, the equipment component or whatever. Or, you know, uses skirt physics or dress physics or ear physics. You know, if the ears are hidden, we don't need the ears to jiggle. If we don't have hair, we don't need these. Or if we have short hair that isn't simulated, we don't even have to. We can just turn that off and it won't do it. So yeah, it's pretty pog. The main thing about it is that it isn't on the game thread. It's on the animation. Well, if your animation is multi-threaded, it will be lumped in with the animations, not with the physics tick and whatnot. Whereas using, like, physical animation means that it has to actually check collisions through the octree and the blah, blah, blah. So add bones to the attachment in the editor, you have to import new rig, yeah. Which you'd need to do anyway, because you'd need to weight the, you know, the clothing and stuff to those extra bones. So like if I go to Blender, so I'm gonna snez. There you go, this should be fine. I was thinking it'd be better just use face rig instead of morph targets for facial animation because you can disable bones when not used, but morphs will be lost if baked. Yeah, yeah. That's one of the reasons. I had a thought, like... I'll explain in a sec. But yeah, Manny, if we go to, like, dress... how do I... That's the bottom part. Do I have the full, or did I... Anyway. Yeah, so we just look at this. And we go to weight paint mode. If we just look at the... Okay, this one wasn't painted. This is a bad example. Where's the actual... How do you do, like, objects only? Filter. Only meshes. Dress simp. Simple? That's all there is. Why is this not showing weights? Where the fuck? Oh, wait, where were they? Where are they? Hold on, hold on. Oh, I can't see the fucking... Ugh. Thanks, Blender. Piece of shit. Yeah, so anyway. These are the extra bones. Actually, can I show the thing? No. But yeah, so these are just like those extra 3 bones. And so they're blended into the... Yeah, so these ones up here are just straight to the legs. To the thighs and stuff. But none of them are weighted to the calves. So then, yeah. Every title of animation, every time you add a new secondary motion bone. You don't have to, actually. You can use the... Wait for it. It's a very hidden secret feature that the developers don't want you to know. If you go to Window... You go to... Where the fuck is it again? You go to Window, Asset Details. Here we go. Asset Details. Can I... Whatever. Alright, Window, Asset Details, Compatible Skeletons. And you can... This will just do a one-to-one mapping of bones to other bones. So if you've just added bones without changing the orientations or the... I think even if you do change the hierarchy, it'll still work. You can just do this and it will just... It can just use all the animations without any errors or anything. The other thing you can do is actually just import over the skeleton, if that makes sense. I think if you add a scaly mesh that has extra bones, it will add them to the skeleton, but that they just won't be in use. But I think it does add them to the asset. But I can't remember. But yeah, there's ways in Unreal 5 to make it, like, super easy to deal with, like, you know, editing skeletons and that kind of thing. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. As long as you're committed to the actual structure of the main skeleton, adding extra bones isn't a big deal. There is another thing I want to test out, which is you can you can have a scaly mesh that has extra bones that don't exist on the skeleton that it's using for its animation data. And you might be able to reference those bones in Control Rig, because Control Rig can reference bones by name rather than how the anim graph does it by default, which is by, like, its ID, or its, you know, it's like hard tied together. So you might be able to just have, you know, an extra mesh and then use some Control Rig, you know, fake physics stuff to add jiggle. Is there another way to fix tiling rather than changing the texture or adding micro variation? Yes, it's called texture variation node. UE for texture variation. Oh, look, there's me right at the top of the search results. Hell yeah. You could try this
Hello,
video.
welcome back to another episode.
Hello, welcome back to another. Let me chuck this one in the chat. There we go. Oh, so I'll be right back. I need to wee. Hello. Oh, my internet. What's it doing? Why my internet do? Is your snap jams? Yes. Yes, all the time, all the time. Alright, let's get started with being productive. We're going to be productive today. I'm going to answer less questions. I'm going to let the chat answer all the questions. Let's get rid of some balls. What do we work on? I haven't fully decided what we're going to do today. We'll probably chip away at the old picos, which is a nice juicy refactor of our not just item container system, but our entity container system. So basically, with this refactor, the items and their containers are the same as a character having equipment, or a wagon having inherent storage, even though it isn't an item that can be stored. And then the same thing will go for, like, you know, crafting stations and fires and all that kind of stuff. So at the moment, I'm just moving logic around. Wait, why are you not... Oh, that's the, yeah, container with space. And this is saying add item at grid index. Target. Should be add item at index, not grid index. Silly boy. Because we just want to do genericized. Bam, bam. Got done, yep. EC. So yeah, the main kind of juicy part is that the subcontainers determine their storage logic themselves using subobjects. Subobjects. So set quantity. We want to search the parentmost container for space. I feel like... Okay, now I remember why we stopped here. So, I was thinking, which is something I rarely do. Do we put functions like search all containers for space on the entity itself, or do we give entities a sub-object called the picos manager? Well, literally just the picos. Picos sub-object. And that picos sub-object is the one that has the arrays of sub-objects. But then the thing is that that sub-object wouldn't need to be instanced. It would literally just be running static functions. At which point, they may as well just be functions on the entity itself. So, I Still can't decide. Because the thing is, this is the thing, right? If we... Because the container... Like, example. We have arrows. We put the arrows in the bag. In the backety-packety. But they are... I guess we want to search them. I guess we'd want to search the same one that we are putting it into. Which is the... which is self. Self. So we'd literally just want to search us for this. If we find it, add item at index, blah, blah, blah. If we didn't, then we'd probably want to go and search from top to bottom again. But this is where it gets a bit funky. I guess we wouldn't need that many helper functions, now that I think about it. Because if we just said parent most entity, and we just go to entity, PLSS entity, container subobject array, new function, this one's called search all containers for space. Which you're just going to do for each container subobject. For each of these, given this item, which is an item object, for each of these, search for space. And that's it. That's all we need to do. Wait, search a container for space. Where's the input? Wait, do I override that in the doodad? No, not yet. For each of my brain cells, the code never runs. It just completes immediately. So yeah, we'd just do this, and then we can call container with space add item. Bam, bam. If found. Do that. Although that's not what we're doing, but, you know. Adam, how's it going? Item at index. Man. Dying at work? Hell yeah. Sounds like work. I'm just chipping away. As I eat chips. I still don't like this very much. It just feels wrong to put this on entities themselves. But then it's also like... How much a pie costs? $1 million. Inflation going bad. Yep. Yep. I can't decide. I need someone with a brain to decide for me. Might have one. Might have a brain. A brain cell. You, Jesus. Brian Cell. Hell yeah. Alright, here's my dilemma. We have an entity. Entity E. Currently, this entity has an array of container subobject objects. Subobject object. Which could be storage, or it could be its sort of equipment component, you know, equipment inventory, whatever. And so, you know, then it might have an item equipped. Item entity. Item. And that item has an array of sub-objects for its containers, if it has a container. So like maybe there's a backpack and it has a grid and a slot for a sleeping, a bedroll. The assumption is that the entity would have to have all of the functions on it. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess they are just functions. And it kind of does make sense. It makes more sense when I think about items, right? It's like, oh, let's search this items containing, you know, container types. You know, let's search the backpack and we look in every pocket of the backpack. It's just more confusing when we're talking about generic entities, but I guess that makes sense. When we say, search this human for an item. Does this human have an item somewhere in its hierarchy of bullshit? So yeah, no, we do this. As long as I put it in its own thingo. Okay, with my amazing brain, Brian cells, yeah. Yeah, Brian Gigachad cell. Didn't even have to type? Yeah, you guys are killing it. My Brian hurts. Do we want to do an order? This is just search all containers for first space. We want to do an actual smart search. At some point. So that should be negative. Where are the defaults? Can I not do defaults on a... Well, I guess it's just here then. Fuck it. So then what we would do is... If we don't find one in the same container somewhere, then do another search. Although, actually, no, maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe we just do this. Yeah. If there was no room after stack, we need to try putting the remainder somewhere else. Bruh. Need your expert opinion. Expert opinion. Hell yeah. You think about a project, but I can't choose an engine style. I know both Unreal and Godot pretty well, but both things have... both have things that are arse, of course. Yes. So you're going for a top-down 2D approach where everything would be a sprite with masks like normals and roughness, etc. The issue with that is that I do it this way, I'd want it to be tile-based because it's easier to work within 2D, easy for Godot ship UE. The other is isometric 3D pixel art type beat, which I can also do in both Android easy work 3D in UE. I'm inclined to say Unreal. Purely because it's... Because that's what I use. And you'd be able to get help. Help easy. But I'm guessing Godot has good... Or has a community as well. God, don't even think about it. Jesus. Je suis. Yeah, the subpixel stuff. Yeah, I do remember. Unfortunately, I do remember. I can probably just yeet this whole shebang into the schwanger. Now, this will need a check to see if anything is preventing this object from being added to anything. Oops. Where did my function input go? Ah, it's over here. Oh, so this shouldn't be self. Self should be owning entity. Here's a question. Any brains in the chat? Let's say I have two references to the same object, but the context is different. So is living being equal to itself as a character or as actor? Does that make sense? Does anyone know what I mean? I can just do this top left index. Right, we can or we cannot. I should be using the Boolean. It's also, I mean, like, if you... I have two object references. And they both point to the same object, but one of them knows that it's just an actor, and the other knows that it's a character. Will the object equals object operator return true? Because they are the same object, it's just the context of them is different. You know what I mean? They both want the same object, they're equal. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we could check it quickly. We'll figure it out soon. I'm gonna call this... Yeah. No, I should call this incoming item object. Also, why can I not... Ah, because that's declared in the big boy. Yo, why is that not... Picos grid. No, you're supposed to say... Can item fitted index, item object incoming. Incoming item object. Bruh. Search container for... Oh, no, it's... Can item fit at index, incoming item object. Hmm. So why was I doing this again? So we were saying... Turns coordinates for each grid space the item would take up. Yep. It's coordinate inbounds. Yep. Check if there's any item already occupying this spot. If there is one, then is it the same thing? Is it stackable? Is the quantity of the incoming one greater than 1? Because it could be 0 for some dumb reason. If all of that is true, then do a last minute check if the coord that we're on if this is the top left corner only. So if this index, top left corner, of where we're trying to fit this thing, is the same as let me double check. Top left coordinates. Can we fit at coord? This is the top left. Yeah, why did I do a double transform here? That's dumb as hell. but we just want to check, is the... Why is that even needed? Fits here because the item is stackable with this one and they're being placed directly on top of one another. Yes. Right, means the one that we're searching is the first... Yeah, okay. Right. So we can just do index... Just index. This should be incoming fella. Oops. So we want to do a check on the thing can be added inside. If the index is empty, can you check other spaces? Why do we care if it's... Oh, right. No, yeah. If it's empty, check the surrounding spaces. You get yeet, you get yeet. You get put in here. Yep. And the index is this one. The container with space is self. Well, no. The container with space is self. That is true. If can fit, then do this. We don't need to know if it's stackable. Because this is just asking search container for space. And you can just... We just need keep that there. I'm just gonna... Wait, what was that going to originally? Yeah, the true. Okay. Yeah, there just needs to be a check. A generic check for each item, which would be determined by the item knowing which container type it's going into. Because let's say we have a backpack, and that backpack has an external socket on it. We cannot put that backpack into another grid container because it's got external sockets being used. Yeah. Anyway. Alright, what else are we missing in here? What are the other overrides? Add item at index. Well, there we go. Oh, we've got an add item at grid index. Which really should just be an override of add item at index. Not a whole other dude. Unless I was to just wrap it in this. But that wouldn't be as fun. I should have just wrapped it. So I'd already written the function anyway. No, that's the wrong thing. No, you fuck. Go back. There you go. Means we don't need add item at grid index, because that's not real anymore. We'll just add at index. We don't want to make people make a straw poll linked in the title. True. What is a picos? Ah! Why? Classic macros? Anyone who up crashing they macros? So hard to get a human on the phone? Where, what at? What? What for? Add item at index. All good. Can item fit at index? Am I listening for my... Ah, gotcha. Can item fit at index? Can item... Right, this is it. And so that is just a dead boy. Yeah. Alright, so I think this is almost ready to do a thing with the stuff. Possibly, maybe. Jar Jar, how's it going? Enjoying the new emotes. Yo, can I get some balls in the chat? No, Zah, that's not the right one. That's a football. Yikes. Did you ever play Super Mario 64? Of course I did. It was one of my games of all time. And maybe still is. Get item at index. Index. No, that's not right. This should be from here to index. Like this. Also, why don't I just do it in here? Do index to check by doing a transform back in here. No, but I guess if I'm doing it, transform anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah, so we want to get the one that we're checking and blah blah blah. And then at the end is the real one we're doing, do the thing, blah 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 blah. Mind the soundtracks on stream, but I don't know about DMC and stuff. Yeah, it'd probably get not just banned, but assassinated. Playing Nintendo tracks. It'd be fine on Twitch, but on YouTube, the whole video would get muted. Or demonetized. Demonetized. I probably want to, in just generic container base dude, get contained items, which then returns array of well, actually, no. If that's contained items, then we don't need a getter, because we would then do a thing within the grid version. We have the contained items grid. And then we've got just the contained items unique list. So then this needs an extra function called update unique items list, which is then just clear this. Okay, maybe not clear it, maybe just we have a local boy. No, this is new list. Then we just want to get our contained items grid for each in our grid. Kind of feels wasteful to do this every single time something updates, but YOLO. Premature optimization, etc., etc. So this will just turn the grid, which is a grid of references, where there's duplicate references, into a non-duplicate reference boy. Cool. Why do I have a return there? Don't know. So when we add item at index, we need to this. And also remove item. True. should be called quantity to remove. That should just be on here. Now, what does this just, where does this create the object? It can just do it from the object. Makes sense. Split this item, set current quantity. Bam. Yeah. New one, outer self split quantity. Item static data, EZ. That's fine. Are there relevant UI? Guess we'll see. Do I need a to same container flag? Because this is to remove item. Which then all this was doing was just saying was removed from container. But I can... Well, no, because this would... Removing and then adding again is its own thing. But if we were moving it around, the thing that's moving it around would remove it and then add it, and it should probably be doing this. Because, yeah, we don't care if we're removing something to the thingo. And then this was going to do... So this is just remove item, full stop. This is going to look through sockets, see if we found it, blah, 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 get rid of it. But that isn't what we want to do. We just want to get our contained items grid, in this case. And then for each of it, why do I want to do that again? Because we're just setting that as null, so I can edit in place. Don't care, that should be done elsewhere. So we don't need that. So we just say for each of these, if the item to remove is equal to the one in the thing, then we set that thing to null. But not remove it, we set it to null. Important distinction. And then once that's finished, then we return and say removed item object, removed from container self. When would we ever need to... I guess if we did a Giga search, then we might want to know what it was removed from. Yeah. Looks like just return for work. Say that. Yeah. I'm doing another refactor. The gist of it is I wanted to redo my equipment system to be more generic so that it can work for like different, not just like different creature types, but also like, you know, vehicles and that kind of stuff without any components needed, because everything's going to be virtualized as objects, as like a headless simulation sort of thing. And so I'm giving items a sub-object, which is their container types, which can handle all of the conditions and stuff without needing to sort of do branches and whatnot. So there's just like a generic container object class, which has the add, remove, check for space, search for item, all that kind of stuff. And then the child classes of that would be like grid, container, object class, or socket object class, or equipment object class, or, you know, crafting table class. But then it's just like a generic add, or, you know, see if this item can go here kind of thing. So it's really just to future-proof. But the only reason I'm doing it is because I wanted to redo the equipment system to be cleaner, and because I had to do it anyway because it was on a component, and it needs to be in an object. So it's all a big mess. But it's been good to refamiliarize with it, because I've been working on the plugin for too long that I've forgotten everything. Is there a way to generate height maps I can't sculpt for the life of me? Do you mean like landscape height maps, or like texture height maps? Sounds over-engineered. Probably don't need it, but we'll see. Yeah. It is a bit over-engineered, but... It's safety-proofed. Oh. Ow. There is a program called Gaia. I don't know if it's free or not. That can do height map generation. You can also just get height data from Google Maps and use that. So just like get real height data. Gameplay tag array. Will you sculpt the picos for your game from scratch, or AI generate the base model first? Well, it kind of depends. Kind of depends. I'm really curious now, what actually is your picos? About $2.50 from the service station. I mean, it's $9 for a 4-pack. Rankings are going to go that. It's the Prismatica item container object system. Item container object system. So it's just a way to create modular container behaviors without needing to hard code it onto items in like a big, you know, a big branching cluster where it's like, oh, is this a grid type container, or is it a slot type container, or is it a, you know, volume type container? It's just like, this is just a container, and then the container can decide what the hell to do with it. And then you can also do, you can give something multiple containers with different logics. So a backpack could have a container grid, and then it could have slots on the side of it, And then it could also have a pouch that you can hold volumetric substances in. Like, you know, gunpowder is like water, for example. Water is an item. Well, a substance, but it's an item. But you can't just have water. You know, it has to be in something. So I call water a volumetric item. But that water can have properties. You know, it can go stale, or it can be hot. And then when you start mixing different volumetrics together, you start getting some fucking chemistry shit. Can I have stuff to turn the frogs gay? Yeah, exactly. Can I have a backpack full of water? No. Well, maybe. But no. It'd just leak out. Underwater backpack is full of water. That's true. What if the water is frozen? In that case, you can put it in a backpack. But it would undergo an item transformation. It would turn into... trying to think how I do the model for it. If you had a bottle full of water, then the water froze, the water or the ice block would take up the same amount of grid space that the bottle did. And it would probably just use the bottle's model, but be icy. I don't fucking know. Like gummo. Then what if it melts? Well, yeah, then it would be loose in the grid. So maybe I would allow volume, like loose volumetrics in the grid, but that sounds like a pain in the ass. Water flowing in grids, fuck. Literally fluid simulation? Gonna get everything as what's contained inside other containers? Yeah. I'm basically just like rearranging existing code. I'm not actually changing anything yet. Well, actually, I won't be changing anything. I'll just be able to add new things without it changing the old things. Without having to like go back and factor it in. It'll just be a completely different module. Oh, what did I just do? Where's the player start? Did I delete it? Oh, no, living being? No, okay, well. Player start. Yeah, I haven't actually implemented it yet. This is just still all using the old version of it. Or the previous version of it. So I said I was going to do, what's it called? Diagonals for the steps, right? So that we didn't have to do the thingoing. Yeah. Yeah, currently everything's still using the OG system that we did. And I'd started to do slots. Or like grid and slots. So like grid and attachment slots. Which I don't think will... No, it does work still. But then it's kind of too... You know, if I wanted to add a slot that only takes batteries that have charge left in them, for example. It's like, where do I put that extra logic? Do I just give that to all items as like another branch kind of thing? Or do I just say, this slot has its own class that can define, yeah, it can take batteries or energy sources of this type, but only if they are above 0 charge, and only, you know, only when the ambient temperature outside is 0 degrees or something. Like, we can just put heaps of different rules in there, and also just different conditions, like, you know, explodes when this. So it's just a more modular way to add rules and conditions and behaviors to stuff, which is something that I've been doing everywhere, like with the actions, the action refactor, the property system is all modularized. So it's like all linked objects. So we've got like a right arm object, which can then have, you know, injuries assigned to it. So then if our arm gets cut off, those injuries no longer, you know, exist on our character. Because we just don't have an arm. So, like, if if we had heaps of wounds on our arm, and they were all bleeding, or there was, like, an infection or something, and then our arm got cut off, hypothetically, all of those injuries would get removed, along with the arm, but then, obviously, we'd have another wound to deal with. But the infection would be gone. But I also don't think we're going to be chopping off arms, unless we can regrow arms with some advanced medicine, potentially. By eating a lizard, exactly. Cut your arm off fast enough you could avoid lycanthropy. True. I'm going to take a quick breather by doing the rest of those crops in Blender. Processing crops. If you were gonna, let's say you had harvestable sunflowers, right? What part would you get rid of? Would you get rid of the petals and the middle bit, but not the green bit here? Or would you just yeet? I guess you'd just yeet the whole thing off. Silly question. Tea leaves. Wow. Bark, select. You're all good. Leaves, select. Yes. Yes. Tobacco. Tobacco. Tacabo. What do we got here? Tomatoes. Tomatoes. Tobomas. Tomato fruit. Watermelon. Hello. Although in Prismatica they're called water lemons. The old water lemon. And they're just giant lemons. Should we be able to craft bird seed and explicitly be able to plant it and have it grow into birds? Now that's based. What am I missing? What are you? Ah, that's the fruit. Well, fruit. It's a weird way of putting it. Last one. Zucchini. Zucchini. Where are... There they are. Alright. Let's see. What was one of the worst offending... I guess this. How can we turn this into not an absolute nightmare of a mesh? That's a good question. Nanite, am I right? Yeah, any nanites? How do we get statistics up? Statistics. 26,000 verts. That's quite a few. So then we just start to lose things if we do that. Yeah, I mean, planar does work better. But like the actual geometry of the leaves isn't bad. It's like, what, 5 verts? Well, 7 verts each. But it's just that they are all individual. There's kind of not much you can do about it. Other than just hope that LODs, you know, do their thing. Oh, you can delimit. Can you do that with... No, you can only do it with planar. Da, 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 Try welding by distance and reducing the polys. Yeah. Yeah. Let me just see where this starts to just lose everything. It's around here that it starts to go haywire. So we just did that and applied it. And then just clicked. Oh. That is... Oh. 20... No, that has all... No, that's just that. So this just has 22,000. But then if we go back before decimating... Oh, what have I done? Blender, come back. You can do it. Blender! Blender! Oh, there it is. And this has... So that's still 22,000. Where's the... Control Z? Before I did the modifier. Alright, well, I did save. Let me just exit and come back. Yeah, so doing that, like, 50% decimate only got rid of 4,000 verts. Like, there's just not much we can do for this one in particular. Because all the leaves are individual. Whereas other ones, like this, and the... Yeah, a lot of them are fine. Like, these ones. There's a reason everyone uses speed tree, right? Don't know. It could be good. Potentially. I guess we just put them in engine and see what happens. Couple of grand, so you never need to make trees. Well, you still need to make trees. And you'll still need to set them up in a specific way for your specific project. At which point you may as well just get marketplace assets. Unless you end up with shit like this, where it's crazy high density. Tree it is goat. True. $4? I thought tree it was free. Thought it was free it. Oh, on Steam, gotcha. Is that still... Right, it's doing it. There's a lot to export, apparently. Yeah, I can remember when I used it, it was just... On their website, it was just free only. Art, meshes, natural, foliage, ultimate farming. But I just want to call it crops. Yeah. Specific crops. Corpse. Corpa? modeling, props, repurposed, ultimate Faramin, and we yeet them all into here. No collision. Vertex color. Don't even. Yeah, whatever. Import normals. Uniform scale 1.5. Because everything needs to be bigger. Do not create materials. Oh, wait, I forgot to... Fucking fuck. I forgot to delete materials. Whoops. Oh, no. Shit. We need to go right-click. Material utilities, specials, no. Clean slots, remove all material slots. Only active object. Does that mean plural or single? No, okay, it does have to be all of them. Remove all material slots. All. Alright, now you don't have any materials. Hell yes. Get out of here. Bam. But in Unreal good cohesion at this point? Yeah, relatively. There's a few like little bits and bobs that you need to remember. But overall it's pretty good. Oh, wrong thing. What's I done here? But yeah, Blender for like modeling and stuff, modeling and rigging, pretty good with Unreal. Kind of. The bone orientation thing is really annoying, but it's just how it is. But that's about all I use Blender for, just for modeling stuff. I do animation in Cascadeur, which is like just way better than anything for animation. Like for character action animation. Cascadeur is the goat. It is le goat. It is legume. Alright, now we can do this. That should be fine. So I'm more familiar with Macs. Probably got some bias since I used Blender 15 years ago and it was much worse. Yeah. Yeah, at the moment it's like... I don't know, it does a lot of things. Which is like both good and bad. It's kind of like Unreal Engine, you know? It does a lot of things. But a lot of those things are half-assed. Or they're in development. Here's some of the free software's advanced to be very competitive with multi-$1,000 programs. Yeah, yeah. Like, I guess Unreal Engine is technically free. Blender, DaVinci Resolve is free, and it's better than Premiere. Critter for Photoshop competitor is free. But it's not really made for photo editing, more for drawing. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Oh yeah, you got GIMP. Classic GIMP. Pirate everything Adobe? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Adobe can Sugma. Use Affinity. Yeah, yeah, Affinity is also apparently very recommended. Who makes Affinity? Serif. And it's just a one-time purchase, isn't it? Do they have a free version? No subscription. Hell yeah. See, more... I don't know. I mean, I feel like the only reason Adobe can kind of do the whole subscription bullshit is because people were already in their ecosystem and they basically, like, blackmailed people or, like, held people hostage with their subscription stuff. Yeah. It's rough. Where is the ground? Where is the ground? Well. I ate it. Yikes. Where'd the texture for that go? Or is that just using the grass tree pivot debug? Right, I got rid of the textures when I had to do that thing. What the fuck are you doing? Why'd I make it so big? Cursed. Looks like kelp or something. True. Kelp, I'm being eaten alive. What's I doing again? Right, the thing with the stuff. Right, so where was our offending thingo? The tea leaves. So we go into this. Or what was one of the others that had bowls? Like berry bushes. Oh, I didn't get rid of the harvested meshes. I don't need them. Or the cacaos. No. Coffee plant. Bam. Because that one's got the little beans, right? Or the pods. Yeah. So you just need to make sure that the pods stay alive. Also, how big is that? Quite big. I think maybe importing at 1.5 scale was the wrong call. He's coming around more often. You're doing some interesting things. Oh, you mean this? This is the plugin that I was working on for a couple of months late last year, that I've been perpetually stuck working on since. It's a. I'll show you in a sec. After I import these. It's a code plugin, but this is just my test level for pivot painting assets that I use in my project. Wow, this is going to take ages. In the meantime, I can yote that. Yote the goat. Funny. What day is it today? It's Tuesday. That's weird. I thought it was like Thursday or Friday. Very weird. It's Monday. It's 2:30 Tuesday for me. Wow, this is going to take actual ages. Can I minimize Unreal? Nope. FML. Right, after this done, I'll show you the plugin. We need to do the equipment component here. Equipment container. And the equipment container stuff is where things start to get really messy. Did you check Tim Kaine stuff? YouTube stuff? Yeah. We were actually watching one of his videos, like at the start of the stream, or I started watching it. I mean, I started watching it before the stream, and then I was watching about 10 minutes of it on stream, but then got distracted by questions in chat. But yeah, I love all these videos. I think they're all very valuable. It's like my gaming Jesus. True. Yeah, he's got a lot of stories to tell, that's for sure. Alright. Oh, that was not worth re-importing. I think next time I because it has to do the references and shit, doesn't it? Bleh. Right, cool. Right, so the plugin. Once these save, cool. It's called Prismatica, and it does. Wait, why are all the shadows going this way now? Oh, because I turned the directional light around. Cool. Alright, so what it does is it is a global environmental interaction system that draws a bunch of shapes and draws it to a Niagara Grid 2D system. So it has multiple intertwined simulations, like a wind simulation, a deform, directional deform simulation. It has proximity bubbles for things like big foliage, which stores the velocity and all that kind of stuff. So like, we can bend this away, but it's not going to jiggle. But if I like hit it, then it will jiggle and move out of the way and whatnot. It also does water. And it can interact with particles. And then the water can, interact with foliage, and the wind interacts with the water, and we can use the wind over time to do like UV displacement effects, like fog and stuff. So it's all kind of nice. These are the wind on the water. Makes like micro ripples and stuff. But then it also tracks the puddles. So the puddles have accurate boundaries. So like if I'm over here, then, you know, it's not like a decal where like, you know, every footstep spawns a ripple decal. It's like actually, it knows where a puddle is and isn't. And then you can also see that like the boundaries are preserved. So like these ripples will go through this channel and make it out there. And they won't cross over this big bit in the middle. And they can be dynamically adjusted and whatnot. Bit of a surface simulation. You can use the wind to do fake volumetric dust effects. And then the latest bit that I added was just a way to do pivot-based interactions, or pivot to tip-based interactions. So we can sample the interaction textures. They're all just render targets. So like this one, for example, is the proxy bubbles, which is just telling them, hey, you should go in this direction. But we can sample this texture at the tip of a leaf. So it almost acts kind of like physical in a way. Same with like if we trample these down with our foot, and then the tips of them will be interacted with by the bubble and all that kind of stuff. And then we can do this. So like each individual leaf can kind of push out of the way and push around us just based on this texture. Exclamation mark plugin, hell yeah, cool. Hell yeah. So yeah, it's all just textures, or like render target. So anything can read from the simulations, basically. Like a character material, a foliage material, you know, a surface material, a particle, a GPU particle, not a CPU particle. So like the leaves can use this texture to then influence their velocity. So yeah, it's all pretty cool. It's very performant as well, because it's all running compute shaders in Niagara. And yeah, that's the gist of it. Probably haven't sold it very well, but you know how it is. I'm a bit tired. Yeah, the nice thing about it is that it is stateless, so it doesn't really care how much foliage we have at any given time. Because, like, you know, these foliage shaders are reading that texture all the time, whether the value is 0 or it's, you know, saying do something. So it means that we can interact with everything all at once without any additional cost. Because it's all just shader based. So it's like a fixed performance overhead, which is nice. Very nice, very nice. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Blech. Yeah, every individual blade of grass reacts to the stuff individually. Yo, grass. Yo, they simulated every blade of grass, something, something, insert shitty clickbait title here. Except it wouldn't be clickbait, because it's kind of true. But it's also stupid clickbait. So I'm saying what they're doing in Alan Wake 2. I think in Alan Wake 2 they were doing a compute shader that was like physically, like actually physically simulating all the foliage and stuff. So like a shader would get and set the current, you know, velocity of each leaf and branch. They're basically like GPU bones, whereas mine is just purely reading from a 2D top-down projected texture and just doing like a bunch of kind of random jiggle plus direction from the render target. So there's definitely a lot more advanced, but expensive. And probably requires more setup, because they'd probably rig them all as scaly meshes. At least like all the plants, maybe not the grass, but they'd probably rig them all as scaly meshes for the weight data, and then create masks from that. But I don't know. 15 picos, exactly. Yeah, they did similar stuff in Uncharted. Or like Naughty Dog used this technique a lot. Where they draw to a render target. You know. Like in one of the old Uncharted games, the car would draw its direction to the ground, and then the grass would bend out of the way underneath the car. And that's exactly what this is doing, but with little shapes. Whoops. Yeah, when's 5.4 come out? UE5.4 plus Fab will be released during GDC 2024, 20th of March. 8 days. Nice. Supanju Bobu. All right, what am I? What am I? Whether switch to Unreal from Unity, not super good at Unity, but I know enough to kind of hammer something out. It really depends. It depends on if you want to. I mean, you can do anything with any engine. You can even make games without an engine. You could write a game in assembly code if you wanted to. So I guess it's really just about personnel preference. You know, do you think the new Unreal features are pretty cool? You do know assembly. Shit. Yeah, I guess it really depends. It also might depend on what kind of games you want to make. If you wanted to do anything 2D, then Unreal is not the engine to do it in. As in, like, 2D, like, sprite-based 2D. You could do, like, a 2.5D, you know, where it's three-dimensional, but you only use 2 of the dimensions for gameplay reasons. Found that out the hard way? Damn. Damn. Use the Blender to UE5 plugin? No. No, I use Mr. Mannequin tools to do batch exports of FBXs. Because, like, by default, and this is dumb as fuck, but by default in Blender, if you select a bunch of meshes and then export them as FBX, it will export them as one FBX file that has all the meshes in it. And it's like, bruh, that's dumb. So Mr. Mannequin has a batch feature that can do that. For static and scaly meshes. Yili, when plugin will be available on Marketplace? Let me check my email, see if they've gotten back to me for the 8th time. No. Soon. Maybe. It's been like 4 weeks of back and forth with the Marketplace team, because they're like so picky about the littlest things. And it's like, oh, you need to change to the copyright notice at the, you know, in the commented text at the top of the thing. And it's like, motherfucker, why don't you do it? Instead of waiting a week, then telling me, and then I send it back to you, and then you wait another week to get back to me again. It's like, why didn't you just change it? Like, you could literally just copy-paste it from another file. It's right there. You know? Just fucking do it. Stop wasting my time. So yeah, it'll be on there within 2 weeks, hopefully. I submitted it like over a month ago. Probably overwhelmed. They could have done it in the time it takes to write the email and click send. They could have just done it, you know. So you know they'll reach out to a unique process on how to compile and be compliant with plugins on UE Marketplace. I have packaged as plugin, and it packages fine. So I've done all the double checking. They've sent me back the checklist, and it's all good except for the copyright notices. So it's all should be all good. It'll probably get rejected once more because some of the guys were having a bug about the. It was an if editor check, which wasn't getting built properly. So I don't know. They won't reject because of a bug? Okay. Like the plugin itself builds fine, but when you try to package a project that has the plugin, then it gets angry. Like I was saying, just got Mega Ants will fight also, they don't have much support. Yeah, yeah. Like I figured they're running on fumes at the moment. If the demo scene works, they won't check anything. Okay, okay. Did you compile the plugin with the run uat-bat build plugin command from the console in Windows? No, but the marketplace reviewer compiled the plugin and it got a tick. It got the thumbs up. So it passed their build thinger. It's the same as building package from the plugin. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's the one I used to double check. But then I send it to them with the binaries and the intermediate folders yeeted. And then they build it on their end. Which they'd build it for Mac and Windows and whatever I say it can run on. Mm. Got several warnings for my tutorials because I use wrong... the old UE logo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They do very precise shit. Yeah, it's kind of... I don't know, it's... like, I understand it. I understand being rigorous. But then you have stuff like... just, like, weird stuff on the marketplace. Like, you know... 1,000 AI-generated... character portraits pack. You know, 1 million item icon AI generated icons pack. Which, like, again, there's nothing... like, they are high quality. But it's just, I don't know. It's just weird. But I think they're obviously outsourcing a lot of the support to, like, somewhere that... a company that has no idea what a game is. I'd also rather require map in every asset pack, have the asset pack name instead of 20 files name over... yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's also just a lot of missing features. Maybe it'll be different with Fab, but, like, something as simple as them setting up a build tool that can, like, you just submit your, what's it called? Your asset pack, and then the... you know, they run it through a builder, which creates 2 versions of it. One that has the textures at 4K, and the other that has it at a maximum of 2K or 1K or something like that. Because, like... like, I get having 4K textures... like, it's better to have more detail than less detail, because you can always downscale them and whatnot. But it's just like the file sizes are so big. And that's why I bought that plugin that can downsize destructively in place. So I can just be like, get all these 4K textures, just yeet them down to 1K or 2K. And it actually saves disk space on my end. Manually downsize? No. I've done that before. It is not fun. Especially when you're using a million-year-old copy of Photoshop. Ingenious ideas to use AI before it's all closed off. Use AI to create more AIs. Games first person, so any of those big tech. Yeah, exactly. Like it's project to project, but it would be good to have the option. Because you can do that with like mega scans, right? You can be like, oh yeah, let me get this, but, you know, from LOD this one onwards. With textures this one onwards. We're just going to chill out for a little bit before I have a little rest. Yeah, plin plon. Hold on. Where's the mono button? It's right there. Where's my foot pedal? Footuru. Pedaleru. Hello? Where you at? Hold on. Oh, it's right there. Ugh. Yeah. Swag. Swag. Where's my other piano? Here, hold on. Yeah? Here's some Claire de Lune. I don't know any songs on piano. I don't actually know how to play piano. We're gonna find this. I'm just freestyling. Freestyler. Something, something, something. Jesus Core memory unlocked. Jesus Core? Is that a new genre? Elia! Hello, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're just wrapping up at the moment, actually. How was the stream? How was stream? Was it 10 yesterday? Yeah, that was a mistake. I was so dead. Actually, I woke up, I had like 5 hours sleep, and then I was pretty much fine. But I feel dead now. I feel DED. $2.50? What's a picos? What is a picos? Zero Nice wrapping my head around graph searching algorithms for my game. What kind of graphs? Like inventory graphs or like navigation-y kind of stuff? Photographs. Graph with rooms as nodes. Yep. Gotcha. Very nice. Yeah, that kind of stuff. I've been kind of doing the same. The same thing with like a navigation web, where like each node references other nodes and that kind of thing. So it kind of sounds very, very similar. And I know the pain. I know the pain. some gnome party vibes. Actually, how does... Trying to think gnome party. If I actually I can transpose my keyboard because I just hate playing in this fucking key. Can't fuck it. My brain. I don't know. How's the rest of it? It's escaped my mind. Like how do the verses go? I've lost it. Gnome party but tragic? Yeah. Just my life, full stop. Google plin plin plon. I know plin plin plon. I don't know what you like. What do you mean? What am I supposed to see? Where am I? No, that's not it though. It's here. It would be. myself. Alright, well. Methinking is that we wrap it up here before I devolve any further. I think I'm going to finish that... what do you call it? Equipment refactor stuff. While I watch some other streams, because it's kind of just... It's just boring. It's like... I don't know. I feel like it's not even worth streaming. But when I stream tomorrow, we should be able to start testing it properly, and the aim... Sorry, let me just turn off this through the thing with the stuff. There we go. The aim is to be able to add items to items and add items to entities. That's all. And I don't think I will... Oh, I could... We could do it with the animation and stuff. I just have to hook in the functions and whatnot. But for now, we might just make it like straight away yeet into the place that it's supposed to go. But yeah, there's a lot of weird, not dependencies, but there's a lot of stuff that needs re-hooking into. But once it's all done, then it's basically content time from there. I mean, like, by content, I mean gameplay. Like, gameplay systems. Not just gameplay supportive systems. So we'll probably be looking at AIs, state tree, how we notify NPCs and stuff about actions and other things. And then, yeah. When we start doing that, we'll probably do a refactor of damage, or at least a revisit of damage. Because damage is a whole fucking absolute mess that needs to be probably, like, not subsystemed. I mean, it's already going through a global function, but it's, you know. And everything there is to know about AI, move towards character, easy done. Exactly. And then when overlap object, cast to player, if cast valid, game over. Shut down game. That's it. What time do you start streaming? I usually stream anywhere between 6 hours ago, and I usually start streaming 6 hours ago or 2 hours ago. Somewhere between there. And then I usually stream for about between 4 and 12 hours. But today is just not one of those days. Well, technically I've streamed for 4 hours, but an hour of that was just nothing burger. Yeah. 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 Alright, well, thanks everyone for hanging out. I know it was a short one this time. I might even stream in the morning if I feel a bit less. If I feel a bit less. I don't know, is anyone streaming tonight? Who am I gonna watch? Not really. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye.